Hello, Francois. Hello. I really need animated emotes. What are you doing? Chilling mostly. Wakey, wakey, little bro. Guess what? Guess who? It's me. Man, I gotta go for what? A year? You're already worse than I am for sleeping in. Come on, get it together. I've got something to show you outside. Dennis? In the flesh. Bubba Eustace are already up, so get in gear. It's something sturdy on. It's already been a year since the song. Oh, what a time run. Oh, ew, oh. How you doing, sis? Yeah, I get that too. Come on inside. Your brother's outside waiting for you. Moving chat. Hair down. Yep. Good, you're here. Check it out. This Gungro is chowing down on this crop. We have to stop it. Odd that it's all the way over here, but we're gonna have to deal with it. Here, I'm gonna give you my gold and direct you from the sidelines. Alright, let's get started. Fighting an enemy monster is pretty easy. It's all about dropping their HP to 0. And obviously, making sure they don't drop your monsters to 0. First things first, you should attack. Click the X, and then attack. And then choose Vile Tail. Great. Did some nice damage. And when you inflicted the enemy with status condition. Status condition is super important. They can turn the tide of battle easily. There are a lot of techniques with small chances to inflict status conditions. Just like that. Blake just makes the enemy take extra damage every so often. That's a little extra that can make a huge difference over time. Take it to a match for gold on a goal. But you should always keep an eye on your own monster's HP. Tell you what, instead of knocking this one out, how about we patch it? I was impressed by the determination of strength. A demonstration of strength. So they'll join you if you lower their HP. a bunch, the odds increase if you inflict a status condition. Go to item, and then select normal pact. From your pact. I'll give you one to use now. Leveled up twice. I leveled up. Very little. Wait, why do I have stats? Great, you did it, man. Remember, though, battles are more complicated than just throwing out your strongest move. There are layers of strategy involved as you deal with stronger monsters. Whenever you got a monster of your own, you should talk to other experienced tamers. Should they be happy to impart some good advice. Never be afraid to experiment with new strategies. Try unfamiliar things in safe environments. The only way you can learn and grow. Need a refresher? You can check the tamer notes I gave you a couple years ago. It's in the notebook. There's some sage advice in there. Let me take a Pungo back. I'm going to dissolve the pack on the Junegro. I don't think Mom would like if I had another mouth to feed, right? Why don't you and I watch the sunset tonight? We'll go to our favorite spot, then we'll get some grub. You think about reason, Usher? What do you mean? Reason scratches a pretty primal itch in our brains. It's not like a higher force we tap into or anything. It's about as basic as eating or sex for us humans. Our intent, desire to understand, innate desire to understand things. You take them apart, you look at every facet of them in detail, find some kind of answer in all of it. Think about it a lot. I think about Meru Spire, constantly gleaming, right slap bang in the middle of everything. I think about taking it apart, top to tail, studied every inch of what's left. It stands there, symbol of Lord Kaishaku Sin's power. Mastery of all that he surveys. No human has ever built such a thing. It would collapse under its own weight. Like that windmill we built when we were kids. We were trying to help, but it fell over and crushed a whole patch of pumpkins. Mom was pretty pissed at you for that. Exactly like that. It shouldn't exist, but it does. That's the world we live in at the moment. We are ruled over by beings that should not exist, and yet do. Lord Sai, the four heavenly kings, the inquisitors, and the lowest beast man. None of these things should exist. We pay taxes to them, we send our food to them, we work to support them. Meru Spire stands unsupported, perfect in every way. Perhaps it exists before Lord Sai did. Perhaps it will exist for a long time after. Could anyone figure out what exactly it is? I don't even know if Lord Sai himself understands the true nature of the thing. He certainly lived long enough to try and find it. There's something I need to tell you, Ashur. Something important. You mustn't tell not a soul, not even Mom. Not even Sis. What is it? Lord Sai's influence is smaller than you think it is. In other countries, far beyond the horizon, forces begin to amass that will threaten all of mankind. For the last year, I've been researching, diving into the most ancient parts of the country. I believe that I have not only learned the identity of this enemy, I have learned a way to defeat them when they arrive. A day is fast approaching. I think we have only a few years before they get here. I fear not even Lord Sai and the 4 heavenly kings will be able to defeat them. They even already have agents embedded in this country. Every child knows that no ship can breach the Isthmus that encircles the country. And yet, I know someone who did, and they were a child too. Maybe you'll get to meet him someday. Why are you telling me this? I came home to test you. This sounds like a little bit of duplicitous, but I was the one who lured the Jungoro onto the farm. I wanted to see how you take your first battle as a tamer. It's a little too early to say whether or not you'll have any real talent at it. I know you have at least some fighting spirit in you. You want this, so I must ask you. The day comes, we face extermination. You stand by my side, brother. Will you help? Of course. I'd follow you to the mouth of hell if that's what it takes. I knew I could count on you. Look at me, rambling on like this. I'll fill you in more of this tomorrow, when we're a little more refreshed. I'll stick around for a while, help out, and get you trained up to be a real tamer. I'm sure dinner's almost ready. Why don't we go home? Get some grub, huh? Let's leave the fire here. Someone might want to use it soon. I wonder what's cooking. So good to finally have you home, son. I kept wondering if no news was good news, but... Oh, come on, Ma. You know I can handle myself out there. Besides, what do I do all this time for if not for you? I can keep maybe, $20 on me at any given time? The money's good, son, but you know what I really care about? Kids die all the time out there taming monsters. It's dangerous work. That's true enough, but it pays well enough to keep you guys going after all those taxes. Yes, honey, it's bad enough that we have one tamer in the family. Oh, now isn't this cozy? A little family get-together? And here I thought you were far too handsome and brooding to have anything like this. You! Surprised to see me, are we? You leave my family alone if you ever know what's good for you, Inquisitor Niffer. So, you do remember my name after all. You really know how to make a woman feel valued. It makes what I'm about to do all the more painful. By the holy order of Lord Sai, under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly King, Zoltan, I hereby place you under arrest for conspiracy to commit treason and sedition. Sedition? My boy has done no such thing. Explain yourself. Oh, of course. Your mother has to spoil all the fun. I mean, we were having such a good time, you and I. I'd play with you too, but my orders are for you, your boy only. Arrest me. I'd love to see you try. To me, Gold Pengold! Wow! Dragon Jackal at full power! Now, the harder you fight back, the more I will be forced to punish you. So please, by all means, fight back as hard as you can. What? Go, but no, go, no! Oh, death is gone. It really is such a shame. Killing a monster doesn't nearly turn me on as much as one of your regular humans. But delayed gratification can often be sweet. Will you come quietly? I want you in pristine condition for our interrogation date later, after all. Fine. I'll come willingly, so long as no one else gets hurt. Son, I do nothing, Mom. This is something I've gotten myself into. None of you should be doing anything rash. Now sure, sit tight. Better that you stay here. Look after Mom. And Osha, for me. Falls to you now. My, such bold words. Should have been a public speaker with charisma like that. He's right, little boy. Be a good little child and stay here with Mommy. Take him away. I will be with you outside shortly. Yes, ma'am, Inquisitor. Now, I bid you farewell. You had better pray that this is the last time Inquisitor graces your mud hole on the farm. Hey! Oh, does the little boy have something to say? There's my brother and I'll kill you. I swear to any god that's listening, I'll kill you. I've met the god of this world. I forgot to tell you, he's a glisten. But you are cute. I hope one day you follow in your brother's footsteps. You'll make a good plaything. Go. I have to do something. What do you do against them? The Inquisitors are stronger than any monster. You're not thinking straight. I've never been more than of something I've needed to do. Never been more sure of something I've needed to do in my whole life. Yes, would have done the exact same thing for me in exchange for the exact same circumstances. I can't just leave him to die like this. Been going to bed scared every day since I was left. Get out maybe one day and wake up to see your bed empty. Go off to just like him. And maybe so lucky. Maybe you shouldn't have taken it to it like he had. And every time your brothers come back and lives, I'm so relieved. But I know that you're getting older too. Don't dream of being a farmer. You don't dream of being a farmer forever, do you? There was a time for you to become a tamer, son. Now, bring your brother home. Make them pay. You have my word, Ma. Before you leave, you should take your savings. It should be enough to buy a monster from the store at Gramercy, the west of here. The woman who runs it is a little odd, but she'll steer you right. You might also get a pack and tame something else. Maybe your gun should keep you safe against some weaker monsters. Got my savings. $100 dues. Now go quickly, before it's too late. Remember to save a record of my progress from time to time. You never know what can happen out there. Gramercy should be just up the road. Straight shot. So as long as I stick to the path, a gun might scare off something weaker. You can't rely on it. If you're stuck, or I need a reminder or something, you can always check my notebook too. Useful information, refreshments on how to be a tamer, even a record of what I've done. I need to do next. What happened here? Every so often a village will spring up and then some herd of monsters will just blow right through it. Destroy the whole damn place. That's what happened to these poor bastards. What happened to the residents? Those that weren't totally wiped out by Betha probably headed to the town west of here or into Apia to the southwest. Don't have any tamers to protect them. Sure, but a couple tamers. Yeah, okay. I don't know what's lootable, so I'm gonna have to keep an extra eyeball out. So I figure out what item is lootable. The monster store should be here somewhere. That looks about the right place. Man, it looks run down. Hello, do you run this place? I do. I'm looking for a buy a monster. I'll take anything you got. You seem troubled. Never mind that. Can I buy a monster or not? Yes, but I don't think you can pick from just any stock we have. Come, meet me in the back room. Dang, she knows I'm on a quest for revenge. What's all this about? In each of these 5 inches behind me is a monster. They're meant to be on their way to a different monster store in a different province. Though a landslide in the west has complicated this somewhat. The stock is just sitting around. As time goes on, they get ornery. I make no money at all, so you can choose one. Sure. I'll describe them so you may see. First is Dracolon, a Sentry Draco, a relentless type monster that is good all-rounder, slightly lacking in magical capacity. Second is Ambigu, of unstable disposition, an unstable type monster that is known for its command over various magical abilities but poor physical capability. What is this? Third is Hooclaw, the little sadist, a malicious type monster. An agile threat in close quarters. It possesses a modicum of magical talent, but be warned, it's quite frail. Fourth is Darharu, the Ocean's Reclaimer, a will-type monster that is an immense defense bulwark. It may be slow, but it possesses unmatched regenerative powers. Fifth is Canine, a do-or-die canine, a brute-type monster that loves to go into a fight and, most importantly, stay in the fight for a long time. I just like the idea of a giant whale, but also like the idea of ambigu, of unstable disposition. Let's take the bulwark. Last choice, the monster and his pack are now yours. Now somehow attack. I don't have time to be wasting money on this. Thank you. The store sees too little business now. It's merely as a storehouse between more successful branches. If it's nice, it won't pay for upkeep. May well be the last time we meet. Bid you farewell. Farewell. Black runs a small ranch here. To be honest, with the way he talks, he could be a big shot salesman out in Nyoku. Don't know why he's doing bumming around here. Maybe he likes a simple life? Hey there, I'm supposed to deliver this monster to a certain person, but I don't know who. Apparently, I'll have a password for me to open the cage with. Are you the one with the password? Afraid not. Guess I'm just standing there like a putz until someone with the password comes along. Lawnmower so clean I can see myself reflected in it. Hey there, young man. You look like an enterprise entertainment. Would you like to get a deal of a lifetime? Go on. What I'm offering here is a real beauty of a lady. A deceptive-looking monster. They pack a real punch with their infernal attacks, self-defending livestock. 500, one of these beauties can be yours today. The obligations, no fuss, no down payment, no warranties, no returns. Broke it, you bought it. I'll have the money for it. Real shame. Come back if you change your mind, youngster. Oh, she's some dude's house. In a couple of years, the Beastmen come to town and make their make sure the buildings are up to code. Apparently, all buildings need to be able to support one juvenile bricklin on each face. They sometimes perch up there for months. Oh my goodness. No, I agree with the results. Our house are extremely sorry, but the motivation. What are you looking at? There's a cliff. You can only get up there part of a province by scaling it, or by entering from either Desperado Province to the east or Scattered Province to the west. Carve a path up the cliff? Maybe, but there's no telling what could happen. If we did it wrong, cause a landslide, take up the whole town, not to mention, there are spires just north of here. You see. Hi, this is the post office. Got something you need to send? Oh, wait. Need to register with you guys? What? No problem. You're a tamer, right? Got access to our civil service to reduce rate to civilians. Don't worry. You have a monster at your side as all of we need. What's the benefit does registering give me? Mainly access to the store cliff travel and delivery service. You can send and receive monsters from a predetermined location as long as travel across the country is in a flash. Thanks. Thanks for the bargain. What do I sign? Just sign here. You'll be all registered up. Stopping by. Randomly went in here. Data monster. Rescue ties. What's up? Oh, I just got done hoofing it all the way from Fort northwest of here. I had to take a huge detour cut around Desperado Province too. Nightmare. But, yeah, there's a damn cliff to the north of the end of the town. You see it? Exactly climb up with a huge load on my back. I had to walk past the Spire's south wall, then south of Desperado Province. Got lucky. A couple minutes after I came through, there was a landslide on the path between the southwest. No way of getting to Windy Province. Unless you find a way to climb up that cliff to the north of the town, or find a way to break the rock of the north-southwest of the province. Nope. Did the monster break it? Oh, I hear they've tried blasting it with dynamite. Tried hitting it up with some seriously heavy hitters like a beta. Nothing's given. I'm gonna ask the Beastmen Corps from Appleton, but that's Nafer. She gives me the creeps, man. Wizard. Detail about Nafer. He's a freak, frankly, freaky as they come. She's got a voice like honey, but people say she can kill a Mugasur in a single swing. He's also personally overseen execution down in Appleton. Ask me, I think gets off on it. The kill it in the blood. That's the freakiest part. I'm sure she'd be fine dame when she was human, but bugs freaked me out. I'll see her out there. No worries, kid. Remember, every good tamer is a brother in arms. Let's scratch the surface. Slam. Should probably get a second one. Hey, actually, you're a bit young to be drinking. But if you could offer a room and board for 150 guaranteed a night of peaceful shut-eye for you and your monsters. Pass. One of these places is a general store. The bottom is covered in writing. Don't understand. I wonder if someone knew what it says. Hello there, young man. What are you doing here? I just look after the monument here. I've been doing it since I was a little girl. And well, I never had any kids, so I've been doing it to this day. Can you tell me more about the monument? I sure can. This monument was carved out of stone nearly 200 years ago to commemorate an old hero. The story goes like this. Our town was once ruled by a cruel man who had styled himself as a warlord of local parts. King Zoljo didn't send any help to the area, so we suffered under his rule for many years. Till one day, a man with a hat and a scar running up his cheek arrived in town. He was a monster tamer. He sought an audience with the warlord. The stranger was brought to the warlord, and it was said that the warlord took one look at him, began screaming, clawed away at the air in panic, claiming he was on fire. And nobody in the room saw any flames at all. After a short time, he stopped panicking and realized that he wasn't on fire at all. The stranger then stepped closer, whispered in his ear. What the stranger told him caused the warlord to panic. Soon he and his men left our village forever. The stranger climbed payment, supposedly only asked for one thing. What was that? That the people of the village do their best to make sure that they would learn how to fight to protect themselves, protect those who cannot fight. So, what do you think? Where do you think the stranger went next? Well, it's difficult to say. Our little story is backed up by records of the Appian courts, which places it around only properly recorded appearance of his. In other places, it's just a legend. If you were to take it as earnestly, I think that he appeared 3 more times across the country. You might ask other people in different towns about it. Okay, so I think I've just kind of like been sandboxed. So, that town closed. I don't have a pack. What's the word around town? Oh, there's some trouble in the cave east of town. There's some trouble beach south of here. Take your pick. That's 100% accuracy. And that's 95% accuracy. I did. Didn't tell us how much we did that time. Kiwi stuff here. The stranger lives inside the cave a little ways northeast of the village. People are saying it's agitating the local monsters into doing things like this. Careful thing. HP by 60% attracts herbivores. Affects carnivores. Fast travel, okay. Oh, it's a lot closer to our level. We need to run. Can we just not escape? I've just been wromped. Oh, I can't just chill here. Plus, you look tired, dear. Would you like to stay and rest a while? Get some together for your monsters. Appreciate it a lot. Get our butts handed to us. I do. So that's on the opposite side. They can't go through it. I can't go through it. I have hydrated. Kind of weird that a creature only a few levels lower than us basically put us to shame. But it was a good matchup. Its attacks, which is kind of big. We need to figure out. Oh, Supreme Pact, sleeping bag. Oh, I only know things I've captured? Good matchup do 2 times damage against lower levels, but only 1 times more for some for higher levels. No idea what type it is. Demons are a target? Oh my god. Okay. I bleed. I lead. Nothing. Wait, what are you? Good matchup against slower creatures. Big bully. Glowing. All moves that target this monster have a +2 accuracy. It is a omnivore. Behavior runaway class monster. Oh, that is right. It's only 30%. Hot Wisps, you know what they have. Should be able to take 2 hits on this. Alright, resting now will be... Here's a self of a status event, condition when switched out. All incoming debuffs are increased by 10%. Oh, that's not too bad of a combination. I cast gun. So there's a beach to the south that needs to be explored, and the cave to the northeast.
another one to our party. I know he's laughing because it's, you know. Oh, so that's supposed to be malicious. Alright, I need to look up the type symbols because I have. Claimer, let's see, options are Claimer, Reanimated, Sunbeam, Wombat, Little Devil. These is there too. All monsters switches on this monster. Always move last for 2 turns. Domesticated cow-like monster. Legs that are apparently fused at feet. Many, oh my god! Able to move with much dexterity. Many years, a wretch is able to use that with the ability to breathe fire. An aspect that was survived in most Layton to this day. Some tamers will purchase a Layton merely to breed this aspect of its into the pedigree of their choice. Okay. Will, brute, malicious, unstable, relentless. Will beats brute. Brute beats malicious. Malicious beats unstable. And unstable beats relentless. Challenges have their methods, but we rely on good old wood to generate electricity. We don't use much of it, mind you, but it does make you more aware of those vital amenities more. Hey buddy, what can I do for you? What are you doing all the way back here? Nothing but dreams, buddy. I'm clearing away this here section of wood so I can build me a new house. Got a wife and kid. Can't stay in an old family house forever. Congratulations. Hey, thanks, buddy. I tell you, it's hard work, though. One day you'll understand we have a family of your own. I guess so. Well, buddy, guess that's all you really can do. You're still young, so go out there and live a little. And once you've put some miles behind your soul, you can come park it here. I'm coming behind a tree trunk with me. Anyway, I gotta get back to these trees. See you, buddy. That's nice. What are you doing here? Well, Eric's on the other side of town here, and I keep watching this side, and anyone else is coming from south from the beach, from west, African way. Oops. The town's protein is mostly survived by a small fishing operation that we have at the beach south of here. Turns out some huge monsters showed up recently and wrecked the boats. The fishermen are too scared. Unstable attack. Neither one of them have kind of a over edge over the other. Sociable, whether boosters search games. Word flame blow to an enemy. There's a reasonable chance of dropping the enemy's magic by 30%. come on! What? Nectar calls out, little devil. Ridley! Well tight. He's got two. Didn't expect to get hit by a gangster out of nowhere. That's like a brick truck. I got money. And he's going. Oh, I bet. Okay. So now we're gonna get random people on the road. Oh, I dig that. Sure. Friendly battle hood. Friendly? What are... Yeah. Big guy's gonna go in. Oh, she has swallowed water as well. Interesting. Okay, so it uses on your active creature. Get 100%. Topped off. 50%. Good lord, that's a lot of HP back. Nobody else can switch in at the moment. Nobody else can off. Couple crits is gonna get us where we need to go, but 7%? I don't even think yet. Not a fan of the swipes to get magic, so we're just trying to like chisel through. I need it down. Another one. What? Oh, they're weaker. Oh, thank goodness. We have to force our way through it. They're gonna heal. Not enough. That want to fight me are concerning. Are you here to deal with the Marcus rooms down there? Yeah, actually. Well then, a word of advice. Marcus is a big monster, but its weakness is low physical defenses. Try afflicting it with a status condition. That's right, the special affliction some moves can induce on a monster, which can have various effects. Dead and useful in combat. Tell me about them? Sure can. There's 5 of them. Plague, Mute, Petrified, Rage, and Ache. Tell me about Mute. Mute is already as I understand. Basically, the target can't use any of their synergy to use a crowned move or a crown transformation. It's handy for tricky opponents. Look. Tell me about Petrified. Petrified increases the monster's physical defense by 50%, but it means that it's unable to move for a little while. Definitely favorable when you have a monster with good magic out. And about Rage. Rage is a wild card, and a ranged monster will use random actions and moves, or even hit themselves in confusion. Tell me about Acne. Move for Acne will always move slower than the healthy monster. And it's going to take a bunch of more damage from crowned moves, too. Tell me a little bit more about Plague. Simple. Inflicts damage every time. Like up to 3. Oh, you can inflict the status of Plague up to 3 times. It doesn't last forever, though. I'd watch myself going down to the beach. Oscar decided to stick around at the edge of the beach, making it impossible fishing go. But I thought Ilfion tore those up. Well, yes, but we figured out that they only target boats that go out more than a half a mile, so we tie a rope to the boats and anchor it so we can pull them in. Genius, eh? Sounds pretty smart. That's our medal. Ow. Rude. Heal my allies outside of combat. Plus 30 defense. It's gonna do a lot less damage than I'd like it to. Well, 7% doesn't fully heal it, I'll be happy. Oh, so it's off defense for a few turns, and then its defense is gone? Yeah. Wait, is the only move it knows to swallow water? It doesn't have any determination moves. No, I said corrected. God, he gains a lot. Glad I chose the door wall, because then I could just re-synergize up and... I'll have to probably go to Apple and get some more packs to play with. Figure out. Or come back down here and clear this out. It's a bandit. I can beat the bandit. Have a new move? No. Oh wait, no, this is a brute type because it's malicious. With a determination. Sorry, cleave. Ah, shoot. Oh, they got a whole roster. Oh, he's got a lot of... Wait, got my matchup? Did I get my matchups mixed up? Faster than that. This is good. Get him off the list. It sparks red. That tells me that's not going to be a great attack against this guy. Oh, wait. All right. Defense versus determination. Or brute. Now we're neutral again. Gracious. Hello, Killer. I'm Mr. Moneymaru, and you seem to be an enterprising sort. How would you like to invest in a business opportunity? Export business. That's right, my friend. I deal in imports and exports of all across the country. You never know when I'll turn up. But for you, I'll give you a special deal. What I get out of this deal? Well, that's plenty of goods that are only worth it for tamers. You see, the average schmuck isn't gonna know his atomic clock from his frostbite. You get me? So if you invest in my business, I'll turn something up for you once a day. Once I get back from my rounds. So, what's my money getting if you spend on your business? Oh, you know, cost of labor, $1,000 dues. Nah, think about it. I want to invest in other stuff. You're a new face. Keep track? That's true. Aren't many trainers out there. Ours is a dangerous profession. True enough, I suppose. A small amount where you can remember someone's face. You get used to the regulars, but you're definitely a new face. There's something familiar about you. I can't put my finger on it. My brother Deus? Ah, Deus. That's right. You have his eyes. A great man. Your brother. I speak to him a lot about his family whenever he's here. Doesn't tell much about what he does in the wild either, to be fair. Well, ain't that the truth? Regardless, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who's available for a job. big steps to follow, but I hope you end up with all the success that he had. Thanks. At that, I'll try to do my best. That, I'm sure. Make sure you watch yourself out there, bud. Take a good look at your monsters. Good gracious, what, 100,000 for a monster? Oh no, is that how much the shop has? Ew. $75 for Brutal Doom. I don't even know what it looks like. I can't even see it. Can I look at it? 100 of them in stock. It's an extremely common orb. So it doesn't tell me what they are, though. That's what really sucks. It doesn't tell me. I can't look at my stats for them. It's in for a penny, in for a pound. Oh, places to probably buy cure potions of various kinds. Welcome to the Expedition branch of the Barge, the finest tamer merchandise. Gonna take a look at our wares? Sure, I'll take a look. A leaf. Heals. Packed. Liquid bag. Ultra rare berry. Oh wow. Oh, we could just buy levels. Oh, normal packs are really cheap. Oh, one here, sure. Okay. I'll load this one. Good place. We need to rest up. Place is a huge beak creature. Oh, so no trouble. Well, no trouble. Everything wants a piece of me here is probably stronger than me. The party currently consists of myself as a determination type, probably won't matter, a Belit, a malicious type, Garwal, a will type, Laz and Lighten as two unstable types. I could probably toss the Laz and keep the Lighten and try to get a... That's not a bad idea. definitely need to address. That's definitely something we need to address. The fact that they're chasing me because they are probably stronger than me. I have a feeling if I level up, I get another function or ability. But it's good to know I actually can spell off monsters. Very interesting. Oh, how strong these creatures around these areas are. If the trainer is anything to indicate, they're probably in their 15. 13. Okay. He is root type. We actually kind of need a root type. Oh! But actually, it's a perfect smack. Got ourselves a beta. This is in really good shape now. Now we have a lot of different types. What did he start with? Body tackle, a type that he's and slash, which helps him fight types that are different than his own. And just battle with 30% defense bust for 2 turns only. Will always move last for 2 turns. And he goes second. So counter moves would probably be awesome to pick up. Oh, sorry, man. Strength. It's gonna cost me 150 to sleep anywhere, because this is the cost of a bedroll. I think the only difference is gonna be we may get randomly attacked. It's the only thing I can think of. What I can tell, we can have a huge group. Stuff mixed up. We need that symbol. Oh. Roll that 90%, still missing hurts. time. We're not going second anymore. Oh yeah, here. Here, yeah. We need an unstable type past him to do some serious damage. Overshoot. Could probably push it a little bit. But expecting him to heal. Clumsy. Moves over 8 power have minus 20% accuracy. Okay. See how strong the creature at the bottom of the beach is. This way? Oh. Level are you? 30. You're a malicious type. Have the strength against it, but that's 30 level gap. River of Gold. Okay. Hello. Name's Paula. What's yours? I'm sure. What's up? Sure. That's what's name's antiquity. That's from antiquity. You know what that means? Paula never told me. It means enemy of God. Ain't that something? You look like a kid with a lot on his shoulders. A bone to pick with authority. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, it's written all over you. Well, I got plenty of bones to pick with authority too. I'm actually from Ikio City, in Desperado Province, and I'm on the run for the law. Even worse places to be than Wendy Province. True, Desperado Province is harsh and unforgiving. Ikio's an oasis. The longer you stay, the thirstier you get. The nation's a national. And no, but things are getting easier out here. What now? A type of prison where the warden can see everything, everyone, nothing, and none of the inmates interact with each other. Like that. So what you're saying is that the king there controls everything, and everyone is too busy trying to keep their own heads down. They never open up to each other. Get it? Out here, it's quieter. Sort of. Ancient's quiet, isn't it? People of the cities are still atomized, but different form of social control. Quiet, but it doesn't make Donjo any less vigilant.
So it's true. History is written by the victor. Who else has been the victor in history as it steps to Holy Order? Much to think about. See you around, enemy of God. Thanks. The lead can get some levels out here by beating up on the Super Determined. They'll need to be level 30 if we're gonna shake that thing off the beach. We got a neat move. We level up. We gained nothing. There are new type of perks to select. Please select the perk. Oh. Okay. Let's do breeding expert, I guess. Calls upon his own spiritual strength as a motivator for its attack with energy divided by 10, rounded down. Ah, high hit synergy will constitute a stupid levels of damage. I think we get a 30 doesn't seem too impossible to get to though. It's getting past the synergies that's gonna matter. To be able to pull a level out. I want to get to the 20. You know, a small level would go great if they were going, you know, first or second. But they don't. And I can have 3 more of them. Creatures are bumped into that. I have to
Patch up and try that area to the northeast, the cave. Maybe that's actually the area we're supposed to hit first. Oh! Hey there. I can use my cure to heal your monsters, but it's gonna cost you 100. Oh, sure, dude. Hey now. You're trying to pull it. You don't have. Oh! Oh, yeah. We didn't bump into. Ooh, yeah, we didn't bump into a lot of money creatures. Money. Oh, wait. He got himself freshened up. They about the sleeping bag. And assuming they're here temporarily? Sure, bud. Cool, thanks, man. Name of this creature again? Fury. He just calls it a Fury. I'll need to bump into one of those. Get one on my side. Especially if they have healing properties. Okay, the problems? Okay, sure am. Well-word advice. Some horrible things live at the bottom of the cave. I don't know what it is, but it blends right into the shadows. Some guys have even said it laughs at normal packs. Laughs? Yeah, laughs, as in finds them funny. I was just as confused as you were, man. Believe it. Whatever the hell is that thing is down there. It ain't normal. Watch yourself. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. Hey there. I wasn't gonna go in there unprepared. I'm good. I seen a lot of terrorists go in there and come out white. Or never come out again. Period. Are you sure? You know what? Alright, if it's gonna... What are you? You're actually question marks across the board. Are you? Successfully tamed question mark, question mark, question mark. Cannot be afflicted with rage. Has swipe. Unsociable. Decreases synergy in all switches involving this monster. You. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I actually have a question mark in my group. Plus... I have an off variant. I have an unstable variant. Ah. Hey, one of the starters. How many malicious type moves? He's going to be a little harder to pack, so he's one of the starter dudes, and he's already level 18, and he's good and stable. Stay with the gate, at the door here, make our way around, see what we can find. Hello. Why is everything down here unstable? Very interesting move you have there. One hit point with the equalize. Really want to switch anybody into the equalize. He's 6 power. Not enough. Hang on, everybody. back at the helm. This does kind of suck. Okay, so that leads me deeper. Oh wait, that's right there. Here. Bedrock Focus. Increases their defense by 1, but reduces their speed by 90%. While also giving them a free round move next turn. Oh! That could be interesting. Oh. Actually not great. Ooh, right. I can switch in. It does so much damage. I knew it was down now. Fight. I have to fight you. fact that they fought each other and the other one crit makes me sad. What type of 10% more likely to be victims of crits. Ugh. Dietary restrictions. I swear it said somewhere. Probably in the monster trap. Herbivore. Okay, so we can't use that to get them back in the fighting condition. Sleep is the only way to get them back in the fighting condition. Can't take that. Liquid of healing. A bad matchup. Oh, these are level 30 and 27s. It's actually gonna be a very matchup. We actually might be able to win this. That just gave us a huge boon. The thing was 10 levels. The senior, and we came out on top. Now we're down to functionally handful of party members left. Hot Whips is a bad match, but gives them plenty of juice to work with. Alright, now this is Power 1. Oh yeah, so were you. Oh, still a bad match. It has an 80% chance to hit. Or 80% accuracy, I should say. Up with the crown and make it go faster, but that does not seem to be the case. Yeah, they're catching up in levels, but we're back in a situation where we're all gonna have to crack open the pack, get some snooze. Life elixir, vital elixir. First 80% HP. Provide some KO. Okay. Full 30 is a little on the rough side. This is gonna hurt. Birdo hurts. Even if it is a bad matchup. It's still a better move. Right, magical. No one's gonna be KO. That's it for it though. Okay. Faster than Sora. We're gonna immediately pulls up this menu. down here? What in the flying world? Down here is a little too rough at the moment. No mischievous moves. Ow. Get to like one level. Stuff is sitting like a truck. Ow. Get more once a day? Can. Just say. Reads. Raise for cliff service registration for tables inside. Talk to the click for more information. Monsters. Okay. Oh, Bandy! A beachfront belligerent. I need Billy to really learn some other moves. Not crit me, my man? Seven spirit power back a turn? Jesus. Get up. Her ends gets 5. And then 7. Yeah, they're getting 5 a turn. I don't have any strong moves that deal against unstable. Right now, our best bet is just down on target. Now 6 power move. Here we go 7. Hey. Obviously, like a determination move. I want him to level. Actually, yeah, I can fight it out. Here we go, buddy. Electric water. Burn through our icy water. Burning through it. Win for him. Parappa, you got this. Ooh. I guess he must not weigh a lot or have a high defense. Think about that. We have swallow water. We can actually win this fight wholeheartedly by ourselves. Good match up here.
Get him, buddy. Oh, it is having more MP for that move. Body Slam Crown Edition. Please tell me you gotta move. Billy, you didn't get a move. We got some cash. Put us back in the fighting strength. Really nice. You doing me? Oh, not much nowadays. My glory days as a prospector are behind me. Now I get just good advice to younger folk, because they sure as hell need it. We're around town. Buzz about an odd monster up in the caves to the east. One that got mini tamer coming back here all bruised up. Might be worth checking out. The other one is the C one. So I guess this is probably my first two hurdles. I need to find more tamers and trainers to fight to get myself. Like I said, if I can get to the 30s range, we probably could just. Not 30s, but 20s range, we probably could just fight. Swapped out. Kimbo! A rapper! Need more moves, that's for certain.
What is this? What is this attempt to just draw me into this? How did I miss? He's like no speed left. Good gracious, how much does the swallow water have? Team Bedrock Focus is not an attack move. No, he's gonna go second. Can we not? Try to use the powered Ginboo. Oh, he's got Cruel Horn. Charge. Okay. Again, hilariously ideal. Please don't have any moves. Just kind of just get them back in the fight. They all have tail fin slap? Good job! Was it the new rule set that you're trying out, or what happened? Tell me the story. It's a variant of Growall. I brought two of it. Friend brought Krieg. You held objectives and did pretty good. Good for you. I wish I was there to watch it. That's a shame. Level up. A new move. Plus 12.
$1,000 reduce.
Just did a deathmatch. Oh. Okay, if it was objectives, do you think it still would have won? I'm pretty sure you have some creatures that do some serious shenanigans with Norns. Silver Dash, an attack that goes so fast the user turns into a silver string. This attack will always go first. I haven't saved in a while. These creatures are now on our... Ooh, hello. Variants of these are also fun to... Always kind of fun to grab up. Objective. Sorry, no, he's atypical. You know what? I'll use the Supreme that I found. Speed decreased around land. Do not be afflicted by rage. A Swallow Mauler, Slam, Fin Slap, and Swipe. It's a variant of the other critters we're bumping into. These ones. Are you a trainer? Oh, heck yeah. An unstable move. Wow. Right, they're very magic strong. Holy crap, you're just strong, period. There's only one level difference. She has a full roster. You gotta get past this guy somehow. Yeah, there's only a one little difference, but I am getting creamed. Trying to go for a killing blow, it did not land. Is our Ace the one that we were facing first? It's a narwhal, but it's different as well. Fake wall? There's a different charge. Defense. Stable. Go ham, try to just as much damage as we can. Ah, critical hit down. That's not good. defense. I needed to switch in. Good gracious, why is there so many types? Oh, he's faster than me. Squishy. Oh, what is this? I'm gonna try to just negate damage. Great burn of your synergy there, buddy. mischievous. Oh, he has gravity? Like he has the ability to make everything cost more painful. So we're gonna swing for the fences until we can't swing no more. It's already halfway down. Nice. Gonna be a little harder to take out.
Mischievous type.
Alright, body tackle. Ugh. God, he's super fast. Ah. Got him! Aha! So let's calm down. We'll return to the ocean soon. I'm an idiot. I should have tried to pack it. I'm just gonna lay here. I'm not gonna say I'm scumming that hard. God, there was. Time taking care of that bastard monster. Now that the guys in the village can get back to fishing, my friend Johnny over there wanted to talk to you about it. Thanks, I'll talk to Johnny. Take care of that Marcus store. Here, I know I said there was no reward, but you just saved us a lot of trouble here. Take this. Get yourself something nice, eh? $400? See you around, kid. Thanks, buddy. Wait, you're in your gate. Come here. Hold on. Hold you. You're unstable. Gains an extra 10 enemy for combos of its own type. Increases the synergy gain in all switches involved in this monster. It's great first ability, terrible second ability. Oh wait, that's what I wanted. Infernal. We're considerably stronger now. I felt a lot more stronger. Alright, so these are the bare basic ones. And the ones that come back from the dead are considered different ones, apparently. Ah, so here types. Hydrating. Hey, Gusly. We won the fight. That's what matters. Let's patch ourselves up. Probably try to go and purchase a rare monster. At least check out what's going on. How you doing? Wait, I need to cross the bridge first. That's what means the bandit's gonna cross us again. Means I need to probably check north of where they spawn. Oh, did that refresh? It did. Okay, so everything refreshes once a day. What's up here then? Trying to clean it. Belligerent! Oh, call that reanimated. Oh my god, what are you? I'm doing good. No! What was me happening? Mute! No! Why am I using this when this is 5 power, this is 3 power? Whoa. Did not know he had an unstable move. This is gonna hurt. Oh yeah, now it's gonna sit there, so I need to take care of him quick. Water, so we know what we're up against. Lucky tackle. The bad match. Since he's physical, this will be very. Trauma blow? We can kind of take another one of those. the game. Flash is a mischief move. Should be enough. Air short. Levels up. Got that bread. Zombies, bugs. I'd rather fight you to find out the strength of this area. You have slash, you son of a gun. We should be fine to actually try to get this thing. I have just no idea what the type it is. Mischievous. Level 34! Levels don't always make that much of a difference, but we're gonna find out. 10 power. No! Oh, miasma! Right. Ah! Icy water? I don't exactly have a choice. Inferno's like our best bet because it drops their magic power. But they're trying to rely on the use of their moves. Like this one. Hail Mary is Supreme Pack. We gotta run. I have gun. Ah, habit of sleeping. Oh. $50? That's extremely useful for this area. Oh, it's the Traveler dude. Oh. Yes, please. Remember to this town, sir. Wish I knew what half these things did. Sure. Oh, mischievous type. But you don't have any mischievous moves! What is this? Oh, wow. This was probably a good pick. What's... pretty well-rounded one. Regular Spain. Oh. So what? That thing is very atypical. Cracking your pole? The boxes, okay.
Where is that in this town? Place is huge. It's hard to be diving it always. This needs my help. What? Oh, right.
Execution.
Good people of Epiton. Not long ago, I personally apprehended this traitor. This man is a known conspirator against our holy order. Today, I'll personally see the execution of Dinas, member of the Septal Suicide School Force. Let his death serve as an example to all those who in their mind our glorious mission. Does the accused have any last words he'd like to say to the people?
Yeah, I got a real pitch of an itch on my neck. You wouldn't mind, you know. That's how wasted bravado. No matter. I would have loved to play with you a little while longer, but with any luck, I will get to play with your little brother soon. And then I will reunite you with him in death. No, but I don't think you will. Dude! No! Don't do something real rash. Surround yourself. Love every beastman in town on top of you in seconds. Who? I'm a friend. But right now, you don't need to stay back. You need to stay back, or you'll end up like your brother. Oh. There really isn't quite like it. There. With that, execution is concluded. You citizens may go about your business while cleanup is conducted. Well, if it isn't your little brother, came all this way to here to save him, I'd say you're a little late for that now. So now that I get a good look at you, looks like you've gotten tougher since we last met. A little meaner. How cute that. Ordinarily, we dispose of the body ourselves, but it'd be better if you cleaned it up. This little mess I've made. I'll pay for this one day, I swear it. I look forward to that day. I'd get no satisfaction from killing you here. Maybe you should go off for a while and get stronger. Be right inside the castle when you're ready. Don't I know you from somewhere? Possibly. I'm a pretty frequent visitor of the gambling casino in Neukyo. Perhaps your friend Seth has heard of me? Oh, you must be Deckard. High roller I've heard so much about. Sadly, my moves rarely take me into Desperado province. I see. I'm sure you're a busy woman, so I won't take much of your time. Quite so. Please excuse me. I'm gonna wear his bandana. Pleasant, isn't she? This was my right-hand man. He was the best one, best and most reliable friend. Position in my organization was discovered. It's only a matter of time before other members are compromised. Probably take him back to Sentinel for a service. He's your brother. I think it's best to lay the rest at home. Come, I'll help you. Brought a bag with me just in case I was too late. Seems both of us came here for the same reason. Thanks. Good to work. God, that is messed up. To rally you to get him home safely. We'll have a little private ceremony on the island for him too. Yes, of course. Terrible day for rain.
Oh, you're just gonna pull a Full Metal Alchemist moment out of this?
interested in finding what your brother was really trying to achieve. To prove yourself first. You mean to bring the order down. Take in and take on Inquisitor Defer and King Lojo. That'll prove to me you're ready. After that, come seek my organization at Thipnol. You'll need a monster that can traverse water. Be off the coast of Desperado Providence. I'll be there, waiting for you. Everything should be clear after that. Spoke a lot about you, Asher. Darius placed so much of his hope in the future in you. Whatever road you take from here, don't let your brother down. You're a teamer now. If you want to take your revenge, gather your most powerful monsters. Gain real combat experience. Nobody's about to be able to beat Inquisitors or even any of the 4 Heavenly Kings, but you may be able to find a way where the rest failed. I'll leave it to you. Dot, dot, dot.
I'm gonna make me walk. Oh no. What's the point of making me walk a few feet? Is that... No. Can't be happening, it's just... I was too late. Too late to do anything at all. Can't blame yourself. It was my fault. I've gotten there sooner or I've been stronger. No excuse to let him die like that. Can't mean that. I'd hope you'd find a way to get him out of, but I would blame you for failing. You have to bury him. I'll dig. We commemorate this body to the earth, henceforth be born anew, as all things are. Yako, they're pink now. Means he has had a good soul. Gotta take him on. Somewhere better. Better place was here. Us. They stole it from us. Stole it from him. Tear it all down. I won't stop until they've made us whole again. Anymore. Lost their lives to this senseless violence. How many more people have to die from some unseen god? No, you saw what happened to your brother. I won't let another child, lose another child to this. I can't. So what? They just laughed in the face of death. You welcomed it. No right to do anything less than he did. Can't let them get away with it. Visitors, 4 Heavenly Kings, and even Lord Sai. All of them have to answer for what they've done. But his hopes in the future in me. I can't let that hope go misplaced. Couldn't stop you even if I wanted to. I've always had an inkling that maybe your brother was doing things that might have drawn attention to himself, but maybe that's why he was so respected. You'll always be welcome here if you need rest. Don't stop until you reach the top. Mom. Sa. Thank you. Make Monsters Real project. Story of a young tamer who transcended... Oh, that was quick. Light of day. A bold new child rises to meet the day. Sin Eater. But preloaded, shouldn't this be like at the end of a video game? The bag respawned. I must learn more of these creatures. Whole pile of sleeping bags. Darn. I was hoping the negative effect would become a positive effect in here. Oh, I couldn't even see him. That's like bad for us. Question is, do I have speed here? No. That tackle's not going to be something to worry about. No! Ah. Creatures are down here. Worse. I have to choose between equalizer or not equalizer. Oh, new move. Sweet. What do you normally eat? Delinquent avian. You are a carnivore. Ultra rare berry. Honey. More sushi, life elixir, money. There he was. shiver like that, there are... I was trying to see if anything weird happened when you kept casting Dark Deed. Ow. They squeeze now. He's very... Black magic is... Wait, what? Is it defense move? Boss in here. Bolsters down. Piercing gaze. Hurt. Pack pickups, so back later. Maybe not. I don't see the little... Oh. 24 hours has a capacity there. Wow. I don't want to fight everything under the sun. good to see you out alive. What happened down there? I took care of the monster down there for you. Really? That's incredible. I've been hearing from other tamers that more and more monsters that seem to take packs seriously are cropping up. Furthermore, we're finding some odd-looking packs in old caves and ruins more and more. Blood, red, and odd-looking. Maybe they're connected somehow? Keep an eye out for them. Nice. Watch yourself out there. We shall run. Slower than it? What? Yeah, what was your special talent? Yeah, fast, yeah. Nothing to be super concerned about. Road sign not too long ago. Hard west. That cut off. So probably got a little bit more limits. Oh wait, I have a map. Grab one of you. Probably look around the town, like the actual perimeter of it. Okay, you're really cool and just chilling up there. Oh, it's an apple. Rampant light. He hurts. That hurts. Oh, Siri missed. Perfect. I'm gonna slash you. Got you gonna do that. We'll take him out. Woo! Blech. There's probably definitely something we need to add to our main squad. They are... That one was powerful. Gotta remember where the... Like, kid, you're about to do it, right? I've never seen you around here before, so I'll give you some good advice. See this building here? This is the breeding barns. They're in every major city of the country. Indispensable resource for tamers. Here you can breed and fuse monsters. If you're looking for to really get into the big leagues as a tamer, you rely on these services. Remember, these places charge you for their services. But here some enterprising types have private installations that can use all they want without having to keep paying the fee. I'm going to buy a steer to your right, kid. Why does he look like Gary Oak? He looks like Gary Oak. Somebody's house, right? There it is. What? How much going on? Oh, I'll talk to you? Okay, look at you, Storm. Gotta talk to some fella red down there, down the stairs. Fence type. Cannot be afflicted by rage. Heavy. All speed debuffs are doubled and all speed buffs are halved for this monster. The dazzling light of Apo shines on the enemy, cleansing them of plague. On the opponent? Let me guess, there's creatures out there that actually benefit from plague. Probably so. yeah, Cyclic water. That's another one I wanted to learn about. Concoction of the user's own fluids cures the opponent of all status conditions. Reduces the target's synergy to 0. Fails if the target is healthy. Ah. If they have an ailment, you can remove their synergy power. So, easier said than done. I wonder where it's at. Could try fusing these two, see what we come out with. My starter and the super we ran into. Could hurt. I don't know how much it's gonna cost. Breeding house. We offer monster breeding and monster fusion services as well as temporary monster storage services. What is breeding? Monster breeding takes advantage of intrinsic genetic properties of all monsters that are two species can that any two species can produce fertile offspring. This produces offspring that draws on characteristics of both parents in equal measure, including their known techniques. Remember that monster eggs can take up a space in your party. Eggs can take a valuable amount of time, a veritable amount of time, so you have to be patient. Can influence the outcome of the offspring monster by utilizing the genome editor. So using it will increase the charge. Genome, it's just simple. Each gene can edit is marked for you to swap 1 and 2 numbers associated with the parents. Balanced genes must be spread equally through parent 1 and parent 2. Unbalanced genes have no such restrictions and can be taken all on 1 or all on 2. Your choice. Because the genome is relatively new technology, it's actually quite expensive to use. Therefore, the breeding costs will increase. You can use the genome when using Fusion 2. I have no idea how they managed all that. Okay. So I have a feeling this is the fusion machine then. How does Monster Fusion work? Monster Fusion is just the best. It takes any two monsters you own and merges them into a single new monster. Similar to breeding, except you're not waiting around for an egg to hatch. Monster you get out of the either end of the fusion process has a level average from the components, without some being battle ready straight away. Just like breeding, you can also use genome editing with fusion. Just be aware that the fusion is already more expensive than breeding is, so be careful with what you're spending. Okay, let's do breeding instead. It's very expensive. I'd like to breed monsters. Oh wow, she is just better across the board. That's how you swap it out. Okay. Oh, I can choose the typing. Oh, we can have a bug squad. Alright, resistance. Slightly slower growth rate. These choices doesn't seem to matter. This is how you raise you basically raise the baseline of the creature every time you can do combinations like this. The pink bug. We could have a whole bug squad if we wanted to. It is interesting to learn that the starter one isn't super awesome, but I'm assuming it's supposed to be paired up with another creature. She's a stronger version of him, but she uses none of the moves related to it. Eat a bug. That's the more than got at home at least. Some serious fish shortage recently. Beach where all the boats go out is being terrorized by a giant river skirt. Price for the shashir has gone up nearly 40% in the last month. People are having to round them up UK of the North, which is extremely dangerous. It must burn. I was hoping they would add the monster breeding stuff to my inventory, my notepad. Take time, but it isn't. Okay, so it's time. Is this straight time related? What this side has to offer. Tamer Perk. Wild hybrids now spawn at what? Pockets of Jingle. 20% increase in all monetary rewards requested Tamer Packs. fighting now. You know, I'll take Synergy Master better. Oh, hello. I'm White. Got to buy a new monster. What happened? It's down in the crypt. It's a damn nightmare to get through there. My brother got killed. What the hell is a Darkolis doing all the way out here? Darkolis? Yeah, you ever seen one? Freaking bug thing. I thought they only lived in sacred providence. What are they like? They're terrifying. They shamble around looking kind of like someone who crawled out of a grave. I'll have to go look. Sure? Can't hurt. Watch yourself. When you get to the 4th level down there, where the Psycholis is. I will. I'll let you know if I dealt with it. I just saw a really big fella. Better. Stagger Rune by Synergy. I just caught that. Shadow Servant? Rude. Jizzle. Slash. Prototoxin? So chunky. I want to look around the area first before I committed to this area. Good. This Rama Blow is best used when you have the ability to crown check it. Oh, somebody's ready to hatch. Oh, hello. boss levels. Okay, so it doesn't take them that long to hatch. Perfect. They're a stronger level down there. It's still one level. You know, I didn't even check his special abilities. Got it with all. Okay, so yeah, it came in with heavy. Which was the mother's trait. Oh, he's pink. Okay, so create probably some serious powerhouses if we see base. You have a high resistance. High magic. Yeah, this guy was a huge good choice. He did probably beat up some of the side trainers again. Get some cash and do some more of the side team building. They vanish. Does it mean the one at the bottom of the beach is gone as well? Also, I wonder how you get one that can swim. Probably go back to that cave. The cave was pretty good for levels. It's actually really great for levels. again, it might not be anymore that I've cleared it. Can I just go upstairs anyway?
Used to be a tavern where my back was in constant pain. Job didn't take you young. It'll make you rest for your life miserable. What's going on here this day? It's the big sign ever happened. Feeling that you're being trapped in an endless cycle where every day is the same as the last, and you're just 50s tonight. Here is a good theory test. They respawn. Pick it up here. Yep. Friendly competition. Bad matchup, but still don't a lot of damage. Well, I have a full roster too, so I gotta. Getting better with it. She has rot burst in every creature. That's just rude.
Oh, you have Spirit Pool. Interesting. Still gonna hurt if it's at max power. I'm not worried about what they're throwing at me. I don't know if he'd survive a hit. Wanted to pull him out for more options, but I guess it's out of the question now. Rough stuff. Another one? Take a sweep like that. I'm up to level 12. You know, I didn't even check the cost of what a fusion would take. Let's check that out before we wrap up for the night, because I just doused all the time. I'd at least like to know that mechanic a little bit better. There's only like 84 bucks to do the fusion. It cost me more to actually just buy one outright. Should be an aggro there. Rude. Of course, you have broad burst as well. I'm gonna die by 1,000 paper cuts. Trying to get the muggles. Do rest of the fault, the last one. I need to get one. I'll get a spare bug. Alright, cool. You look interesting. So, you know what? Where'd you go? There you are. Dagalus. That's turning. Oh, they're heavy. So they're gonna go last period. expected to completely and utterly KO it. I think I know what it is. I think it's a fusion between the plant creature. We'll see. Fusion. Monster Rocks. Oh, and stats shown are presented without Tamer level or related perk related boosts. This we can choose the pigments. Fusion! Disarmor, Appetite. Appetite's like extremely negligible. I would rather get Appetite any day of the week. Okay, so we can, in theory, create the Bug Squad. If they're breeding, probably have to anyway, to get some certain stat lines built up. Yeah. Fighter. I should check that. I fuse this monstrosity. This monstrosity. They're the same type, so I can actually use that as... Whew. Higher attack power is the first one, of course. Higher defense. Higher speed. Magic can probably drop. Speed. God, that would create an absolutely wild thing. I just wanted to see what its stat line is. Yeah, it's got a insanely high attack power. Combined with defense, and yeah, you can make some serious monsters. this little thing is all pretty well rounded as is, and if we could cover its weakness. Yeah, once they fuse, they change dramatically. Look at that. Drop the magic. Look at that. This is high. Speed is high. You make some seriously gnarly things. Rated him would probably be a better group, but it just takes time to retrain him. We could probably make a whole pile of bugs. Another one of these is kind of interesting to see. I don't know what I'm gonna do between now and the next time we play this game. I don't know. I'll probably power up my monsters. No. Very interesting game so far. Can't really complain. It's a really interesting game. Alright, I'm gonna rate it to somebody wonderful, and we're gonna go ahead and wrap up for the evening. You guys be awesome.
I probably should have deafened forced.